And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, everybody, we are now going to switch over to the other screen. Okay? Alright, let's see. Alright. So, hello, everybody. It is I, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, of wherever people are. And today we were looking at trial earlier that ended. It was around the time, no, it was around afternoon. It was a Daisy Link trial. And we'll see more about that case tomorrow, because today they had some. She took the stand today. Then the young kid took stand and said his opinion about, not his opinion, about what happened from his perspective, about how he alleges he was coerced into saying things to try to get his mom out of jail. So that was something wild today. It was interesting to see. It was nice to see everybody that was there. See, this makes things brighter. It makes things a little bit brighter. Okay, that's good. Alright, and I'll probably play the game for a little bit, and then we'll get into some Darrell Brooks nonsense. Alright, so let's see about launching the game. Okay. Alright, the game is now loading. Alright. Yeah, I think that was the only thing on today that I can recall. I don't think there was another one on from what I saw, unless something started later. I know there's the Ellis trial I've seen parts of. Okay, and yeah, the game was they were supposed to fix this feature, but it doesn't really seem like they have done that just yet because the game is still loading. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so I think in the game it is cool that they added the Kraken. That's always pretty cool. All right, let's go down here. There we go. The game is now booting up. Splendid. Those are some pumpkins for the Halloween season, and it's their 10th anniversary. All right. All right, now going into the pirate realm. Okay. All right, let's see what these notifications are about. Supernatural chill spreads across the island's Jolly Roger's ghastly magic cast eerie atmosphere throughout the Caribbean. Limited time Grab the Undead is available and Paddler of all islands. Your freaky thriller zombie emote. Oh, you get like different types of clothes. 18 years of pirates online with seasonal items, limited time quests, and more. Hollywood's anniversary. Face the fearsome Kraken. New story at Raven's Cove. Survive the fearsome encounter. All players can team up to haunt the Kraken. Okay. Those are the notifications. Interesting. Oh, hello, Bob. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. And, something that we were talking about the other day was about the UFOs underwater. And we were discussing that. I think maybe we discussed this before, but the UFOs, UAPs, allegedly there's bases, alien bases underwater, where these beings exist. There's a lot of UFOs we're seeing coming from the oceans. So yeah, I think from mythologies and from the footage that there's definitely something going on with that. You know, if it's orbs, if it's a spaceship itself, I do think there is truth in those circumstances. And as I've said before, the UFO theories have been going back. Yes, and for centuries, this is the game I played, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it before. Yeah, and for centuries, they've been seeing these things, and it's nothing new. So another situation that I was reading about throughout time during the different live streams was there are these things that were occurring where people would sail on ships like what we're doing now, like on these boats, and they would see orbs come on right by the mast of the sailing ship. So out on the ocean, people have seen UFO type objects for centuries, and they look kind of like balls of lightning. So, and those are what we would call orbs now. They've seen them for quite a few centuries, as I said. Yeah. So they seem to observe the water and hover over it and be in those areas. Then there's other UFOs that seem to be on land only. Oh, you've not seen that before? Yeah. I think it's called Elmo's flare. It was this flare that occurred. It was this blue flaming light. Like they'll describe things like a flame, but in our way of viewing it, it's like a ball of light that you would see like an orb. They thought they were fire balls, but it's not really a fireball. It's actually like a technology, but they didn't have the technology back then to understand what that was. Kind of like chariots of fire. Yeah, but they had seen those on the seas, and they didn't really know what they were. And I think those are the same type of UFOs that we're seeing now coming from the water. That they've been around for longer than we've had the technology in this generation in like the 1800s and stuff. So, farther back, they're doing these things. Now, I wonder what their intentions are. I do think that they want to try to gather information. Like they want to maybe study the earth or study the seas, or they're doing something with humans, some type of experiments. I don't really know, or a form of nano colonization. I don't really. But there's certainly experimentation and observing the earth, probably. That's something else they're doing. Bob said the Shag Harbor incident, the people said it was an airplane. The Navy said it was a UFO and tracked underwater for 2 weeks. Interesting. Now, their technology is quite predominant because they are able to be underwater and in the air, and they could go in extreme speeds. That's something that our aircrafts aren't able to really do just yet. There's this situation that was being discussed by some of the theories that some people were mentioning on the show, was that they don't want people to know the alien technology because it's possible they could be able to power electricity for a very long time. Like electricity that would never go out, like unlimited energy. And they have so much technology that could help the Earth, but they don't want people knowing about it. So they try to conceal it, and I guess they don't want other countries knowing to use it against us. So those are some interesting theories that were pondered by the chat recently. So yeah, that's something I've not really thought of before because I know their technology is very advanced. That is incredible. That they did that. Wow. Whatever it was able to do that. there's various shapes. You know, there's a cigar shaped one. There is a flying saucer shaped one. There are many different types of UAPs that are out there, and you know, there's diamond shaped, there's oval shaped, so there's more than one type of shape that people have seen. People have told me throughout time on the internet that they on YouTube people have seen these sightings before. You know, people have seen these UFO sightings around, you know, America, for instance, and Europe. Like they've seen these cigar-shaped craft and things hovering that they couldn't explain. So it was not like people try to think that it's just a tinfoil hat thing. It's more complex, and there's people that have seen so much. Right. Bob says Admiral Galdet is coming out now. He used to head NOAA. He was high up and now on board with the disclosure. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. More people need to come out to encourage this disclosure because it is really crucial that at some point in the future we could have confirmation to just show that it's really happening. We know it's happening, but it would be great for there to be confirmation so they acknowledge that we were not insane or something or tinfoil hat wearers. So I'm glad that there's more on board because people that are in the field in the military are on these bases all the time, and people in the service, that there's these unidentified aerial phenomena, these UFOs that are all over the place that have been, especially our military bases. I know people that have relatives and friends in the military that say that they saw UFOs. And when people see these UFOs on the satellites, and satellites are on their base, you know, it's something that not from our country or our world, because a lot of them claim it's otherworldly. So, yeah, they get to see it firsthand. And the plasmoids too, which I think are quite incredible as well. They're seen everywhere. They're very angelic looking. Alright, we got this right here. Let's see. Alright. Shout out to Mary Toodles.
You're live streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask you to put 3 bags of garbage out. Okay.
I mean, I don't mind doing that.
No, that's okay.
I don't mind doing it.
No, that's okay.
I could just put on a video. Alright, and Bob says, they won't tell us about them because they are superior to us and display it. We need to keep the illusion or top dog. Okay, thank you, Bob, for your take on it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because of the public panic or anxiety about it too, I've heard. So they want to say that we're the ones on top because that we have an illusion of control. All right, thank you. I definitely think that is a truth too. Let's go this way. Yeah, so that's why I always try to discredit people's claims of UFO sightings. Because they don't want people to, in general, know what's really going on. Yeah. Alright, so I like the story of the Ebians from Planet Serpo. That was pretty cool. That didn't quite work, so I have to go back. You know, about the Americans that went over to an alien planet for a couple of years, for like a decade, or over a decade. That was a very interesting story. Because they try to, I do think that people in different ways are able to have telepathically allegedly talk to these aliens, because even in that group, in the people that are not in the Christian lands, the ones that are into the like occultic stuff, they communicate with these extraterrestrials. So it's not just like an isolated incident from that from that point of view. It's all over, religious and non-religious and professions. And I believe that gives more credibility to the theory of it being real. All right, let's see. We get this fish. All right, let's see. All right, we caught a fish right there. All right. That'd be crazy for pirates to see the if they were seeing extraterrestrials. Like, they would have had no idea what those were. Now, I did read that when they were on the high seas, they saw strange sightings at night, like comets and stuff, and they didn't really know what they were exactly. Some of them, so that had to be very enchanting. That for people that didn't really know what they were, even like comets. So the mystery is always quite alluring. You know, this month they released a video on 10 years, 10 years old of a plasmoid UFO defeating a side wider missile. That's $1 million shot. That UFO just struggled it off on video. Okay, thank you, buddy. I will certainly check that out. It's the. I think I saw it already, but I'll check it out again because I think I've seen it. But yeah, you see, with over $1 million missile that was launched, and it can't see the UFO just takes it out like it's butter. It really shows what our technology would not be able to combat these things for sure, unless by the grace of God. One Predator drone shot UFO, another Predator drone filmed it. Hellfire missile, sorry. Oh, Hellfire missile. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it just the technology the aliens have, they're centuries ahead of us. Maybe thousands of years ahead of us. It's kind of like when we went over to the islands in the Americas, when we had more, our technology was superior to like different indigenous groups. That's like they have this technology beyond our comprehension. Yeah. And I'm sure they have telepathy. I'm sure they have they could probably go through walls and stuff like vampires. And I do think that mythological folklore things could be either creations of those aliens or the aliens themselves, like certain ghosts or spirit sightings could also be them too, somehow. All right, let's see. Okay, going up. Okay, let's see if it works. All right, got 11 gold. That's cool. Bullfish. Now, there has been, one time there was some alien sighting in China. Because, well, they have a lot of alien sightings in China, but there's this one incident where they found this tablet with a bunch of weird texts on it, these hieroglyphics on it, that wasn't from our planet. And it came from something from far beyond. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. Okay. Here locally, the Cherokee referred to them as the Moon-Eyed People. Oh, okay. All right, 6 gold. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah, the Moon Eyed people. I know some people that are Native American, indigenous, and they say in their culture they believe in those UFOs, those aliens, and they call them different things. So even in those ancient civilizations saw these objects. To kind of make my case is that it's nothing new. Like people claim, which maybe some things are, that it might be technology that we have that's like secret. But if people were seeing these things like thousands of years ago, it can't just be from our own technology. It had to be from something else. Okay, this is a lost fish right here. Lost lure. Oh, okay. Good to know. Travis Walton said that this month that he was withholding another encounter he had. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I hope one day he does talk about it though. At some point, we'll know the truth. I believe. A lot of times they try to discredit people that want to come out about a UFO encounter and call them crazy or they feel threatened. Like remember during the UFO Alien Congress, there was something that was happening where these people felt that they could be doing treason or they could be seriously put in trouble for speaking out about aliens. And it's that serious that people feel that they'll lose everything if they talk about extraterrestrials. I mean, especially if it was fake. Why are they getting so paranoid about people speaking about aliens? So that just kind of shows more credit of the truth of it. So that should really show without a shadow of a doubt that these things are not from this world, or if they were here the whole time, it's some advanced alien civilization that's been here for thousands of years with advanced technology. The Travis Walton case and the Maelstrom incident are my go-to evidence. Ah, yes. All right, so just to give everybody they may have over 100 captured UFOs. Yeah, I mean, I know with the UFOs they have this situation where they have these alien bodies and alien UFOs that have not been that they're being holding right now, and I definitely would be interested to see that. And I know that there's probably lots of orbs and UFOs and different types of crystal objects that they're withholding. Most UFOs are purpose-built craft, no galley in them, no washroom, etc. Okay, Bob, thank you for your take on it. All right, so the Travis Walton incident was November 5, 1975, located in Apache National Forest near Snowflake, Arizona. Yeah, I know. It's like, what are they doing with the bodies? I'm sure they have to be put in a frozen chambers. That's where they are. Like, they're not having them inside, out in the open where they could just get rotten. So they have to be like in a deep freezer. I guess they do experiments on them or whatever. I don't really know what the purpose of that would be, but they still are holding them like a science experiment. Bob said yes, crystal planets exist. Also, diamond planets due to the Carver that's everywhere. Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. All right, the encounter. Travis Walton, a 22-year-old logger, and his crew encountered a large, silvery disc-shaped object hovering above the forest clearing. Walton left the truck to get a closer look. The abduction, according to Walton, a beam of light from the craft struck him, knocking him unconscious. His terrified coworker fled the scene, but returned short time later to find both Walton and the UFO gone. Aftermath. Walton was missing for 5 days, triggering a police investigation. The suspect foul play from his crew. He repaired disoriented with fragmented memories of being aboard the craft and examined by alien beings. The events were detailed by his book, The Walton Experience, which inspired the 1993 film Fire the Sky. Controversy. The case gained significant publicity and remains controversial, while some consider it classic alien abduction. Some people pointed out inconsistencies in polytests and details about the hoax, and although that is a very interesting UFO incident. Thanks. And all right, Maelstrom incident, March 16, 1967. Location: Maelstrom Air Force Base near Great Falls, Montana. The encounter: security guards at a nuclear missile site at Maelstrom AFB reported seeing strange glowing oval-shaped object hovering silently in the sky. The anomaly stimulated Air Force Captain Robert Salas, who was underground at the Launch Control Center, reported that base's nuclear missiles began to mysteriously malfunction and go offline. 10 Minutemen missiles were rendered inoperable in a matter of seconds. Wow. Fallout. Military personnel. Let's see. Were ordered to keep quiet about the incident. The missiles returned to an operational state shortly after the UFO reportedly disappeared. The event was never officially explained, and some witnesses came forward decades later claiming the UFO had been responding for disabled nuclear weapons. Significance. Maelstrom incident is notable because it involves military personnel and sensitive national security locations. It is one of the several alleged UFOs interfering with nuclear weapon systems. Yeah, and I definitely believe that they go after UFO systems. I mean, they go after nuclear systems quite often. Bob says Rendlesham Forest incident. Airmen finally got disability from the VA from what the craft did to them. The Cash Landrum incident. She lost her case but tried to sue the government for craft irritating her. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Roswell may have been a craft we shot down with microwave emissions. Yeah, that could be very much of a possibility because I remember in the Serpo story, our radio emissions cause their UFO to malfunction and start to crash. I did a sound effect similar, like based on it, and it kind of shows that the spaceship malfunctioning for it to be what it is. The plasmoids are unaffected by anything we throw at them. Okay, thank you. Oh, so plasmoids seem like an upgrade. It seems like more hardy and advanced than the other one. All right, I will explain it to you. Serpo is one of my favorites. All right, let's go here. Let's see. Hello, Michael. Good evening to you. All right, let's see. The hello there, Judy. Good evening to you. And is he still running? Well, right now he has stopped for a moment. He has stopped. Well, yeah, good to see you, Judy. Yeah, I certainly like that. Oh, not but yeah, the pirate has stopped for the moment. He's not running right now. Okay. Now what I will be doing is I'll tell you about Planet Serpo. This is something that Moki and I have discussed on the show when she first came here. All right. Planet Serpo is a central subject of a long-running urban legend and conspiracy theory known as Project Serpo, which has circulated the UFO lore since the early 2000s. According to narrative, it is an alien planet located in Zeta Reticuli star system, approximately 39 light years from Earth. Yes, I will feed him. Yes, yes. We'll get him some food at the tavern. 39 light years from Earth, and was destined to stop at a secret exchange program. The U.S. government, there is no definable evidence to prove the existence of Serpo and all these different things. And Bob says, we have so many different craft based on different laws of their universe that we probably don't want anymore. Yeah, yeah, very true. All right, the exchange program. In 47, following the Roswell UFO crash, the U.S. government allegedly made contact with a surviving alien referred to as EBE-1, extraterrestrial biological entity. This led to the creation of Project Serpo, an exchange program with the Ebians, the alien species from the planet Serpo. The mission in 65, 12 American military personnel reportedly traveled to Serpo. The team spent 13 years on the planet studying the Ebians' technology, culture, and social structure. The return. In 1978, 7 of the original 12 members returned to Earth. The other 5 had either died, deleted on Serpo, or elected to stay behind. Returning members brought back wealth of information, including the Yellow Book, a hydraulic historical history of the universe. Bob said, we have had so many different craft based on different laws of the universe. I think I spent two. I think we spent 2 trillion on reverse engineering the craft last year. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be quite a bit of dough. In 65, 12 American military personnel reportedly traveled to Serpo. The team spent 13 years on the planet studying Ebian's technology, culture, and social structure. Returned in 78. 7 of the original 12 team members returned to Earth, and I said 5 had either died or elected to stay behind. Okay. Secrecy. The entire project was allegedly covered up by the U.S. government, and returned astronauts were debriefed on the forbidden form from speaking about their experiences. Now, according to the Project Serpo conspiracy, the Ebians primarily consumed an algae-like food that grew in their watery environment. Ebians, and that's what they allegedly did. Algae and food source. Some accounts claim the Ebians had an algae-based food, possibly suited to their physiology because their planet's ecosystem lacked other edible life. But they ate this type of chalk substance. And the algae source, possibly their planet ecosystem lacked other edible life. All right, nutrition absorption. A post from suggested the Ebians had a unique way of processing nutrients with the bodies absorbing what they need for food through their skin. The MIB will show up if you talk. I have seen 40 feet away in a Lincoln, but of course I did work on the at NASA for 13 months. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am aware about that because there's lots of times people had UFO sightings. Even in recent times, the Men in Black will show up at your door. Right. These are other alleged extraterrestrial contact programs that happened. All right. Project. Bob said the MIB are mostly looking for, well, in my case, anything that could be blackmailed for. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past them. Definitely. All right. Project Majestic MJ12. One of the most famous UFO conspiracy theories centers on an alleged secret committee of 12 government officials and scientists formed in 1947 by President Harry Truman. The claim MJ12 was supposedly created to investigate Roswell crash and manage the retrieval of alien technology and bodies. The theory alleges that the program has since been involved in a long running cover up. They blackmail a lot of government secrets. Oh, okay. Okay, understood. Authenticity. The documents purporting to prove MJ12's existence were declared forgeries. All I believe they're probably real by the FBI and are considered by most UFOologists to be a hoax, possibly as a result of disinformation campaign. Project Crystal Knights. While less defined than Serpo, this theory appears in some online posts and forums. It's often referenced to discussions of human alien exchange initiatives suggesting links between UFO sightings and the secret exchange programs. The UMO affair. This case is UFO. Okay. This case, which began in the mid 60s in Spain, involved a series of detailed letters sent from UFO enthusiasts from beings claiming to be from a planet called UMO. Interesting. Okay, Umites provided extensive technical and cultural information. Authenticity. A Spaniard named Jose later confessed to orchestrating the hoax through some still believe letters contain authentic information. Broader government UFO narratives. I would. This is a bit of a general statement, Bob, but I'd probably go out in the countryside, in the country somewhere, because I believe in the country, like in the woods area, they appear more frequently. Now, I would go to the state or area or town with the most known UFO sightings, or the least UFO sightings, and maybe I would see something there. That's how I would assess the situation. They seem to like the woodsy locations. All right, this wide range conspiracy theory alleges a covert convert program establishes a new world order using advanced hieroglyphic technology to create fake celestial supernatural events, such as the second coming of religious figures, alien invasion, and the goal is allegedly to manipulate the public into accepting global totalitarian government. Right. Alien hybrid creation claims. Some fringe theorists link Project Serpo suggest that Ebians took the bodies of deceased humans in exchange for members to create a grotesque human alien hybrid. UFO show program recent whistleblowers claim, such as these made by former intelligence officials David Grush, Major Grush, the allege that U.S. government has been secretly recovering and reverse engineering the technical the technical vehicles of non-human origins for decades. While these claims are still being investigated, they do not mention an official exchange program. We're going to go to the tavern. Even Grok donate have good image of Whitehole, and it must be millions of them. Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, now going to this bar. with the AI technology, it's essential to see with the AI technology that they're able to make things. Oh, I stayed. That is very interesting to see, like how the AI is able to project and reason these things out. Like sometimes it could say information about aliens or things from out of this world. To, oh, I won 2 gold. Thanks. So AI could be a great gift, as well as I said. AI could be a great gift too. But also, there's theories that they can be corrupted or be suspicious on their own. All right. All right. Interesting. Let's see here. And I'm sure there's alien species that we don't even know about just yet. Okay, so this is the one in Cuba. So we're getting our pirate some drink. That's what we're doing right here. At Judy's request, we got the pirate a drink. All right, good. In the mini series of Andromodia, some AI have taken over the whole galaxies. Oh, that's so cool. And also terrifying in a way. Scared. Alright, gonna go to Port Royal and sail to the volcano island. See what's over there. That's gonna be at full speed. Alright, down this way. Alright, go straight to the island. Scared. Oh, Bob, I love the sea and the water and stuff. That's cool. You're looking at boats to do that. And if you do go down that path, I think that's really cool. Be a pirate, be a sailor would be fun. Oh yeah, absolutely. I have a pirate flag. I think that definitely be cool to do that out in the seas. You can just live and go anywhere and travel around. I like that. life in the seas can be turbulent, especially when the Vikings even, they were on the northern sea, which is pretty rough. So yeah, the pirates are able to do all this stuff, and that's really cool to be on the sea because it's such a freeing thing to see, like to see the open ocean and the water, how these different people interact is so intriguing. All right, here is the bar here. Let's see. Okay. So this is Port Royal. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that pirates now, they're like in the same areas kind of, but they are different than they once before were. All right. We bid. Okay, I think I pressed the wrong button there, but anyway. Yeah, so a lot of pirates, they would go to these coves, these safe havens, and they would go to hang out and do these things. All right. So I double down. Let's see. And they would spend all their loot. They would spend all their loot. That's what they would do. Let's change it to here. Yes, that is true. He did. He did do that. All right, let's see how that goes. All right, I won 4 gold, chat. Okay. Yeah, I saw there because the pirate boats now are these little dingy things. They're like little tugboats, and they go and raid bigger ships. That's what they do. And I think it's absolutely fascinating how over time the pirates like devolved into this type of like these types of ship boats right here. Because imagine like they got like a bigger ship, that would be some crazy stuff. Yeah. All right, so I got the pirate all fed, and now we're going to go to the other island. Okay. I know how to play the card games. They Although I don't always win, I know about the card games they have. I want to go to Oblige Water and play the Liar's Dice. Let's see where it is. Outcast Highland. Oh. Okay, let's go to Tortuga. The ocean can be scary when you're on it and see no land. Oh yeah, because it's just endless mountains of an abyssal plain of water just chuckling. Yeah, and your mind thinks like it wants to see land and it doesn't and it gets afraid. Yeah, I absolutely think that would have terrifyingness to it. Indeed, it would take getting used to. Going in that direction. All right. I always think that the ship paintings are very interesting. You know, they're very beautiful yet scary at the same time. And them going into Davy Jones' locker had to be a terrifying thing too for them when they would be dragged down to the depths. Scared. They call the ocean floor that. The ocean, yeah. Okay, this one I have right now is a brig. The one that I was previously on was called a sloop. All right, now this is where an island where they have a bunch of seagulls flying around. They have liar's dice. It's a game that they play in the pirate ships. All right, let's see. It's kind of dark in here. There's a dark side of it. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. It's a game of chance. In this one, it's like guessing different dice. Oh, you're going to the gym and progressing with weights. That's good to know. Yeah, always keep on doing that. It's good for your health and good for your well being. That's awesome. And yeah, I do my exercises too, as well. We've been doing lots of streams lately with the different uh, trials and gaming, things like that. We've been doing. Yeah, I'm glad to know that you're doing well with that. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, that's something I could do at some point. A lifting stream. Yeah, and I think it's fun to do. Working out. It's one of the hobbies of mine. All right, let's see. All right, this dude lost a die. Okay. Yeah, I do a Timu lifting stream. Oh, and also in the chat, we've been making comedy jokes. That has been great. All right. So now, it's always good to exercise your body and do that. It's good for you, and it'll do longevity, and it's good for the mental health too. Also, there's a lot of unhealthy things people could be doing, so it's always good to see people choosing the right path. Now, it's Halloween season. That's one of my favorite seasons, and we've been talking about the different horror movies. Now, Bob, do you like horror movies? Is there any one in particular that you liked out of curiosity? And just curious. Recently, I've been watching the Friday the 13th movies. I've not really seen them. And I do think that they're quite exhilarating. As I said, they're quite exhilarating. The the ones from different times. Amityville was the scariest. Oh, okay, okay. That is understandable. Okay, I've read about it, but I've not seen the movie yet. That's something I need to check out. Definitely. All right. Hey, going this way? Can we see anything? Alright. Oh, Dos to Dawn is a badass zombie movie. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, Event Horizon was good. Okay. Yeah, like sometimes the modern movies aren't always as good as the old ones. The Event Horizon was good. Okay. I'm going to, like for everybody, I'm going to do some, uh, like a bit of a summary about what these movies are. Thank you for mentioning them. All right. The phrase dusk to dawn refers to a period of time from sunset to sunrise or the entire night. Is often. Oh, wait. My bad. All right. Dusk to Dawn is a famous. It was a '96 action horror movie film directed by Robert Rodriguez, written by Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, he does good movies. And it's a crime thriller story of two criminal brothers that are outlaws and do some things at the Texas border. Yeah, I think I saw that one. It's pretty good. Event Horizon is a '97 sci-fi horror film directed by Paul W.S. Anderson. Plot is set in the year 2047, centers around the rescue crew sent to investigate the missing starship Event Horizon, which has mysterious reappeared in orbit around Neptune. Right, the rescue vessel Lewis and Clark, commanded by Captain Miller, travels to Neptune to investigate rediscovered Event Horizon. and designer of the launch ship's revolutionary gravity drive, joins them. Okay, and we've kind of touched on Amityville before. Let's see. Got this one. The Amityville horror is famously associated with Amity horror, a series of murders and alleged supernatural events that have been widely publicized in books and films. The story is set in Dutch colonial house at 122 Avenue in Amityville, New York. Murders and houses and family. The Defoe family murders in the early morning hours of November 13, 1974. Ronald Defoe Jr., then 23, shot and deleted his parents and four siblings in their home. Defoe claimed that the voices from the house compelled him to commit the murders. He was later convicted and sentenced to 6 years consecutive life sentences. Lute's family haunting in December 75. George Kathy Lutz and three children moved into the house, which they purchased at a heavily discounted price. They claimed that over the 28 days they lived there, they experienced a terrifying series of paranormal events, including swarms of flies appearing in the middle of winter, strange odors and cold spots, green slime oozing from walls, a hidden red room in the basement, the appearance of a demonic pig-like creature with glowing red eyes named Jody. Leaving the house, the family eventually fled the house, leaving all possessions behind. Alleging events became basis of the 77 book Amityville Horror. Yeah, we've talked about that before. It's a pretty cool story. Uh, like there's so much. Another thing that could get people is suspense, and then the jump scares. That's another thing that gets people, especially if there's some sort of lore. About if the character's really not there or not. Like if their character's dead or not. That's always something pretty cool to ponder as well. Okay. I like the music from Halloween, and they have some classic ones. I think the classic music's pretty cool that they'll play, and there's different types of bands and stuff that have had many different Halloween type theme songs, and then you have the soundtracks are pretty cool too, as well. Right. On the Discovery Channel, I used to see a lot of information with it was called the hauntings. It was these people that would buy like a house, and the house is actually haunted, and all kinds of creepy things happen. I used to watch on Discovery Channel back in like the mid 2000s, like 2008, 9, and 7. I used to like to watch those. It was quite freaky. Scared. Yeah, I was like, so, and I was like watching horror movies. Yeah, so there's been some new ones that have come out that I thought were pretty cool, but a lot of times the horror movies can be of. It just depends. Sometimes the older ones are better. Sometimes you have new ones that are pretty cool too. I like the classic ones are the black and white ones are always a classic favorite. People that didn't have the technology back then were able to then go and still make a great movie in spite of not having the technology we have now. So that takes a lot of skill. Oh, that's the Kraken over there. Attacking a ship. We're not in a level to do that yet with a certain quest, but yeah, that's a Kraken right there. Oh, hello, Aaron. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. That's the Kraken attacking a ship right there. And yeah, you see how it's taken down the different things, and you see if the pirate defeats the pirate ship defeats the Kraken. Yeah, House on Haunted Hill. Definitely, I like the way they dress, and I like the way they were. Those special effects are crazy. Like it was like in a good way. It's a classic Halloween type theme to it. Yeah, Aaron, I hope that you're having a good evening. I hope everything's going well with you. Today was interesting with the trial. We were seeing the defendant take the stand, and then the kid also made his commentary about like him being coerced into saying his piece on the topic. Like well, he was like taking the stand from a different area. Yeah, so that's where the Kraken fight is happening. Yeah. Oh, Aaron says, "Hope you're well rested today." Oh well, yes, I am well rested today. So you missed most of the trial. Yeah, I have been watching it along with the other ones. I've not seen every single second of it. Yeah, and I will say about that trial, the sound in that room was not good. That sound was not good. It really was like a Timu sounds. That's really was. It was Timu sounds inside that courtroom. But yeah, a poor young boy. For a kid to go through that is really stressful. Oh, he saw the verdict for Bianco. That's good. Earlier, I saw the what happened. I didn't see the video, but I saw like the headlines for it. Yeah, like I thought she was gonna be guilty. I mean, that was an obvious guilty. Obviously, like sometimes there's not much to defend. Oh, understood, Aaron. Understood. Oh, there's a Kraken right there. Right there. They're fighting. They're fighting Kraken. Uh oh. What's happening to them? That is correct. They were fighting for not guilty for insanity. That's true. Now, with not guilty with insanity, yeah, there's not always a lot to defend there, but I do think the defenses will not always do the best that they can. Like they could. I feel that the defense attorney was not doing that well. Kind of like putting it, making comments in the jury what they're supposed to think. And I just like he meant well, but I don't know if that was like the best approach to do in that situation. But yeah, sometimes they're just like undefendable things, but they can do it better. They can do it better with the proper skills. But sometimes it's just an undefendable situation. All right, they defeat the Kraken. That's good. Stabbing a baby like that, and Aaron, I get you. It's good to not always like sometimes if the trials are causing you distress, you it's best not to see them if like you don't feel well. So I would say you didn't really miss anything in that sense where it was it worked out the way it was supposed to work out. Yeah, I didn't really keep up with Ellis because I was aware of it, but I didn't really see it anywhere. So I didn't. It kind of dawned on me it was on another channel at towards the end. So I saw parts of it yesterday, but I wasn't keeping up with it too much. But I was keeping up with it a little bit. But yeah, you just can't go and start stabbing people like that. Like even if there's insanity, you know, you can't just do evil things like that. Even if you're insane, there's no reason to stab. You have to pick up a knife and do stab the child now. And the way the defense did it, just give the prosecution more ways to look at the situation in their favor. I was scared after watching Harmony Montgomery trial. So crazy, he's fighting for a new trial, yet they showed up for absolutely none of his original trials. Oh yeah, yeah. It's very disturbing indeed. And they just keep coming back like a roach, as we'll say here, and it's like a plague. So yeah, that's definitely disturbing indeed. I remember that time when the defendant didn't show up for a trial every single time. It's kind of like their presence is felt when they're not there. This is a Kraken hunter ship. I remember when, yeah. So I'll tell you the other morning I was staying up and I was like assessing things in a channel and stuff, and I was really um, hyped up because I get hyped up a lot at night for some reason. And then I was like, all right, whatever. I was gonna stay up until the morning, and I stayed up until the morning time, and then I stayed up even longer. And I was like talking to y'all, and I saw you, and you're like, "Haley, you need to get some sleep." So yeah, I did get the rest because that night. Oh, I'm glad that you're listening. Thank you, Lori, for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. I hope that another thing about another trial with the appeals in a court of appeals, like the Koberger families would have had to been dragged through the appeals thing, but now since he took the life, you don't have to go through the appeals court. So that certainly can be a tolling on the families. Yes, that's true, and I appreciate you, dear friend Slim, to make sure the aliens getting rest like aliens supposed to. Good look out for one another. And as we were, concerned about you as well with what you're going through. I there's a situation with the trials where there wasn't a lot of trials going on, and there's no trials. People want to see the trial happen, but through the past few years, there's trials that were on the West Coast that were longer than the other trials were. They're longer than the other trials because some trials were very short, and I could see where people don't like the trials where kids are involved getting hurt because they have a lot of heartless people out there. That's always not nice. All right, that ship is toast. It's completely on fire. Scared. Now, there's a trial I'm watching with. Okay, I have to shoot grappling hooks at it now. Yeah, Florida's is popping out trials. Yeah, and that's the East Coast, and the sun goes down quicker over there. Yeah, recently that's what we've been doing. We've been watching Florida. Look at that magnificent ship. So those are like listening. It's a Kraken of decorations on the enemy ship with the East India Trading Company insignia. Sometimes they have the British flag too. And the ship is completely on fire because I defeated it. And now we're going to plunder it. You know what? I'm going to probably lose the ship possibly because I'm outnumbered. But let's board this ship to see what's happening. Let's see what's on this ship. I'm going to board it. Alright, let's see what's happening here. Yeah, so shout out to Florida for bringing up new trials for us to see. Oh, it looks like they come... Oh, these people are big looking. Oh. I can't attack when I'm knocked down. Okay, they got me. But anyway, I was outnumbered, but I want to show you what was on board these ships. You see, you got these big guys that are quite magnificent looking. Right, and they're just chilling. Okay, and go to jail. But yeah, so that was the what's going on over there. Yeah, Blightwater has a pillow, and this place is a better jail than the other jails in the different islands. This is the best one. Like, as I said, it's a nice room with a bucket. It's more spacious and has like a pillow, and it's better decorated. But I said it's. I remember that day I came in early. I was cracking a bunch of jokes with chat, and then I went to the other ones. I was talking to my friend, texting him too, and that was quite a funny day. Funny day. But shout out to Florida for popping out trials. That's cool to see. I remember during the Donna Adelson sentencing, G and I were talking about it, and that one was along with the other people in the chat. She just showed no empathy for what she was doing. Like during the ending part, When she was saying her statement, she was showing no empathy, and I think her attorneys were from the heart of Timu, really. There's this one trial of look up the name of this. Yeah, Mark Sleevers. I've been watching the Mark Sleevers trial. He's trying to appeal his conviction. I would like read you all what that trial's about. Just kind of like summarize it with a nice bow on top. Okay, Mark Sleever trial. Bob said when I hear Florida, I think of nudity. Well, yeah, there's a lot of beaches there, so I can understand. There's lots of sun time fun stuff like that, right? So it's another Florida trial. They present new evidence. Mostly no. They did get a witness on the stand. I did not see the original trial, so I could be I have to maybe look into that a little bit more. But I think they have to present new evidence, and they are. But nothing I've seen really new from the other ones. But there was this defendant, there is this a prisoner on the stand that was talking about it, his experience. And that may have been something new from that wasn't there before. Yeah, and Aaron says, I think of drunk drivers on golf carts chasing alligators. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, so a Florida man named Mark Sleevers was convicted in 2019 for orchestrating. That was 2 years. That was 3 years before I went to the trial chat. And Aaron said, it's okay. Everyone thinks I live in an igloo. One of my friends actually built an igloo before. And it's very, I've heard it's quite warm in an igloo. And Florida has drive-through liquor stores. Yeah. So yeah, there's like different like I'm always thinking of igloos of like polar bears with a Coke and a penguin or something like that. So yeah, the scenery. When I think of Canada, I know Canada has woodlands and forests that are like green, but with classy Florida. But when the upstate in Canada, I'll think of like there's like these little cottages and stuff up there, kind of like similar to what you would see at the North Pole. I can imagine there's some similarities to that maybe, but depending where you go, because they're like the cities in Canada. In Canada, just look like regular cities, but with interesting, unique buildings. Now, I do think with forests. I think of syrup. Those are other things I think about with when I think of Canada. All right, the crime in June 2015. Teresa Silvers was bludgeoned to death with a hammer in Botinia Springs home. The conspiracy. Prosecutors argued that Mark Sievers, motivated by life insurance payouts and fear of losing his children and potential divorce, conspired with his childhood friend Curtis Wright to kill his wife. Wright then recounted him Jimmy Rogers to assist. Oh, I remember like my buddy that I talk about aliens with, which he was a big background reason for this movement, the alien thing. Like him and I were both deeply involved in that. So he loved Canada. I remember, and he would tell me about maple syrup, how it's made from the maple tree with the putting like a bucket on the, and there's like this metal thing, and it drops the syrup in there. How they used to do it. So, and he was telling me he wanted to grow a bunch of maple trees in this it's up north. It's across the lake from me, and what he did was, I don't know if he ever did it. For some reason, he didn't do it because of the weather or something. I don't really remember, but maybe he did do it eventually. But yes, you put a bunch of maple trees, and then you could get the maple syrup, and that sounds pretty cool. Yeah. So shout out to the maple syrup, definitely. Always nice to have it on some pancakes or some waffles. Yeah, those are things, and they'll say the there's other food and drinks that you think of when you think of Canada. I love the leaf they have. It's nice. Over 100 years ago, I had relatives in Canada, but it's kind of crazy how it happened. It's like they went to England, then I wound up back in the North America in the south part. So I've been all over the place, so to speak. Yeah. The conspiracy prosecutors argued that Mark Silver's no, it's not Silver's, but it's Severs motivated by life insurance payouts and fear of losing his children and a potential divorce conspired with his childhood friend Curtis Wright to delete his wife. Wright then recruited hitman Jimmy Rogers to assist. Aaron said, "Yeah, I'm not sure it would work in your climate. Need the winters. We tap in the late winter, early spring here with snow still on the ground." Oh, thank you, Bob, for your prayers, for the Aaron, for Aaron in chat. All right, Bob, be well. It was nice chatting with you tonight, buddy. Peace. Yeah, so although we do get winter down here, it's very warm throughout the year, and sometimes it can be warmer than other years. Recently, it's been pretty cold in the winters, and the winters can be very humid, so it makes the winter even more cold than it would be in up north. So it's like some sort of a matrix glitching cold. It's I remember I'll see like the yard and everything's dead, and like the plants are like there's like when a freeze happens. I remember when it snowed here, which it hasn't snowed here since in any kind of intense capacity. So what that means is there's been some snowflakes that have fallen on the ground for throughout the years, but nothing really ever sticks. So you don't even really notice anything. But it hasn't really snowed since 2008, and we were due for a snow, and we had some snow that we've not seen in over 100 years. So I don't know if it's like coming back more than it was before. We'll see what it does in January or December. But that was crazy. That was really great to experience. It was nice doing a live about it. So yeah, I understand the weather has to be a certain way to have the maple syrup. Now I want to see if they can grow down here. But I'm sure that the where y'all are probably like the warmer, like when it's a little bit warmer in the summer, that would probably be cool for y'all to to have, because usually people up north like the warmer weather from what I hear, and the people in the south like the colder weather. It's like people want what they can't have. Yeah. Where I am, it's kind of warm right now. It's kind of warm. All right, so this is what it says. Oh, okay, Aaron, understood. Thank you for chatting with me. All right, so this says Yes, several species of maple trees can grow well in Louisiana, especially varieties that are native or adapted to the warmer climate. So it says that my climate can have maple trees. Right, the LSU AG Center has officially designated that southern sugar maple as Louisiana super plant for its reliability in color. All right. The recommended maple trees of Louisiana, the southern sugar maple. This is an excellent native choice for Louisiana landscapes and offers dependable fall color even in the southern part of the state. Growth habit. It grows at a moderate to fast rate to height of 30 to 40 feet, provides good shade. Fall foliage. The leaves turn beautiful yellow orange to scarlet autumn. And the growing conditions. The tree is adaptable in many soil conditions and performs best in full sun and partial shade. Okay, so the growing conditions. This tree adapted to many soil conditions and performs best in full sun, partial shade. Now there's Japanese maple, a very popular ornamental tree in Louisiana that thrives if given the right conditions. Growing conditions. Japanese maples must be planted in a location with afternoon shade to prevent leaf scorch from intense summer heat. They also require excellent drainage to prevent root rot. Variety and color. Many cultivators are available with different leaf shapes and colors, including variegated burgundy and chartreuse. Some varieties, like Bloodgood, have good track record in the state. Swamp red maple. This native red maple is adapted to the state's climate, particularly areas with poor drainage like swamps. Fast growing. The tree is fast growing, medium sized shade tree. The fall color, it produces excellent fall color even in the deep south. So yeah, they can change colors here, the trees. I thought my school had a maple tree. All right. Also, there's a swamp red maple. Let's see what that's about. Yeah, so there are maple trees in these different regions. Let's see. Use mulch to protect shallow root systems of young maples and water regularly until they are established. Fertilize lightly. Once the tree is established, it needs little supplement fertilizer for young trees. Apply a balanced, slow release fertilizer in the spring. All right. I have a tree from Asia in my yard, and it turns different colors. All right, let's see what this is called. I mean, not what it's called, but let's see what this is reference to. Let's see. Can they produce syrup? All right, yes, you can make syrup from. Yeah, you can make syrup from maple trees in Louisiana, but it's not commercially viable due to the region's climate. While the most famous syrup comes from the cold hardy sugar maples, the northeast, you can top the maple species, including the native ones from Louisiana. Interesting. Making syrup from Louisiana maple will yield a smaller amount of sap with a lower sugar content compared to their northern counterparts. Weather conditions sap flowers best when temperatures fluctuate around freezing, dropping below freezing at night, and rising above freezing during the day. These conditions are less consistent and last for a shorter period in Louisiana than in more traditional syrup producing regions. Lower sugar content. Louisiana's native maples, such as the southern sugar maple and swamp red maple, have a lower average sugar content in the sap than northern sugar maples. This means you will need to collect and boil down significant more sap to produce the same amount of syrup. So that is why he didn't want to do it here. All right. An increased boiling time. A lower sugar content in the sap requires much longer boiling process to evaporate the excess water and concentrate the sugars. This translates to a greater effort for a smaller return. Which Louisiana maples can be tapped? Southern sugar maple. This native maple has higher sugar content than red maple and is better choice for tapping. Swamp red maple. The This tree can be also tapped, but its lower sugar content means more boiling time and smaller yield. Japanese maple, while not native, these ornamental trees can produce sap that can be made into syrup. Some hobbyists have reported unique soy like flavor from the Japanese maple syrup. I'm still here. All right. All right, let's see. The best time to tap maple trees in Louisiana is late winter, generally from late January through early March. Similar to what Aaron said, while over there they have winters and they tap in late winter and early spring here with the snow still on the ground. So that is what they do out there, and the specific timing depends on whether finding a multi-day freeze thaw cycle. The freeze thaw cycle is crucial for sap flow during this time. Nighttime temperatures drop below freezing in the 20s. The freeze thaw cycle is crucial for sap flow during this time. Nighttime temperatures drop below freezing in the 20s. Daytime temperatures rise above freezing into the 40s or even low 50s. This temperature fluctuation creates pressure inside the tree, pushing the sap up from the roots and out through the tap holes. Factors to watch for Louisiana. Watch the forecast because Louisiana's climate is warmer. The less consistent you are, need to pay close attention to weather predictions for a period of several consecutive days with ideal temperature patterns. Beat the budding. The sap flow ends and the flavor becomes bitter once the tree's leaf buds start to swell up in early spring. Louisiana, this happens earlier than northern climates, so sugaring season will be shorter. Be decisive. The tapping too early can cause the hole to dry before the peak flow, while tapping too late means you will miss the period with highest sugar concentration. If you are unsure whether the sap is flowing, you can drill a small, shallow test hole. If the sap begins to emerge within a few seconds, it's time to tap. Interesting. Oh, climate change. Well, this will be interesting. Thoughts. Let's see. So they say climate change is negatively impacting maple sugaring Louisiana by shortening the already limited window of sapping collection, increasing the variability of the season, and reducing the sugar content in the sap. The state's maple sugaring season is already short, marginal due to its warm climate compared to traditional maple regions. Climate change intensifies these challenges, making the season less reliable. Impact of warmer temperatures. Shorter tapping season. The maple sap only flows during the freeze thaw cycle of late winter and early spring. Warm winters and earlier spring warm ups caused by climate change allegedly lead to fewer nights below freezing, earlier bud break, significantly reducing the total number of days available for sap collection. Lower sugar content. Warmer temperatures during the previous summer's growing season cause trees to expand more energy resulting in less sugar stored for next year's sap production. Lower sugar concentration means significantly more sap must be collected and boiled down to produce the same amount of syrup. Increased variability. The warm, humid climate of Louisiana is already less predictable. The northern climate change allegedly adds more instability to the winter weather, leading to greater year leads instability warmer weather, leading to greater year-to-year variation in sap. This makes it harder for small-scale producers to plan for the season. Healthier competition from northern regions, while sugaring in Louisiana declines, the northern extents of the maple belt may be seen as production to increase or stabilize, shifting the industry further north. Additional challenges for Louisiana's maple trees. Tree stress. Maples, especially sugar maples, are stressed by prolonged heat and drought conditions. This makes them more vulnerable to disease, pests, and shifting species and ranges. A changing climate may eventually cause the native range of maple trees to shift northward for Louisiana at the southern edge of Maple Range. This possesses a long-term threat to the species and viability of each hobbyist level sugaring. Alright, so it's not really the ideal place where I am to do the type of maple. And let's see about this explained. Yeah, because I'm sure right from the tree, it's very good, the maple syrup. Right, tapping a maple tree is a simple process that relies on the natural science of tree and weather. The basic steps involve finding the suitable mature tree, drilling a small hole into the sapwood, inserting a spout, and collecting the sap as it flows. It's pretty cool. Storing energy. Throughout the summer and fall, maple trees produce and store starches and cells within their trunk roots. Preparing for spring. During the winter, when the wood is cold, the starches remain dormant. As late winter approaches, the temperature begins to warm up. Enzymes convert into starches into sugar, which dissolves into the tree sap. Pressure changes. A regular cycle of freezing temperatures at night and thawing temperatures of the tree. Sap flow. Positive pressure from warmer daytime temperatures pushes the sap out of the tree. This pressure can be released through a tap hole, allowing the sugar rich sap to be collected. Select a tree. Choose a healthy, mature maple tree that is at least 10 to 12 inches in diameter. Larger, healthier trees can accommodate more taps, but it's important not to over tap the avoiding hammer tree. hammering the tree. Gather supplies. You will need a drill with a sharp bit, usually 5 to 16 inches, a hammer or mallet, spiles, taps with hooks, and collection a container like a bucket of food or gray jug. Find the spot. Look for a clear, healthy area in the trunk, avoiding damaged spots or old tap holes. Drill new taps horizontally at least 2 inches away from previous holes and vertically at least 10 inches away. Okay, the drill hole. A hole about 1.5 to 2 inches deep into the trunk at slightly upward angle. This angle helps the sap flow out more easily. Wood shavings from the drilling should be a light creamy color, indicating healthy sapwood. Insert the tap. Gently tap the spile onto the drilled hole with a hammer until it is snug. Do not force it, as it can split the wood and hinder sap flow. Attach the bucket. Hang your clean collection bucket on the hook attached to the spile and cover it with a lid to keep out debris and pests. Monitor the sap. Check the buckets daily, especially on warmer days, as sap will only run when the temperature fluctuates around freezing. Store the sap. Pour collected sap into the large covered food-grade storage container and keep it cold or at below 38 degrees Fahrenheit until you are ready to boil it. That's pretty cool. Some interesting facts about syrup. Alright, chat, so now, as I said, we're going to play some scenes from the Darrell Brooks trial. We'll start that right now, as the title says. Alright, so shout out to the game. Now we're going to go over to the other area. There we go. Let's play it. Okay, let's go here. Okay, close. Here we go.
The clerk to have the jurors brought out, and then I'll ask you, sir, to call the defense next witness.
Can we address subject matter jurisdiction that still has to be proven for the record?
I decline to do so. Your objection is noted for
Is the
record.
audio on?
Subject matter jurisdiction. This is that one. That's hilarious. Scared.
Your objection is noted for the record.
Is the audio on?
Yes, it's on, sir. It's on.
So we're not going to address subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven for the record?
For the record, I have addressed it.
No, you haven't
And
proven it
there's
for
a
the
written,
record.
and your objection's noted for the
Have
record.
you proven subject matter jurisdiction for the record? Have you proven it? Has the prosecution proven it?
The difference is that John's confirmed. So
Oh,
it's gonna
okay.
it's gonna be other cases.
Email that to her and print it out.
So that's a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that, Your Honor, being a public servant?
I was talking to my clerk. I didn't hear what you asked. The jury's coming in.
You heard what I asked.
I actually did not.
Come on, Your Honor. Come on now. Come on now. We gotta cut that out. You know you have to prove subject matter jurisdiction. You know that. You have to honor your oath of office. You know that.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defense may call its next witness, please.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I got the paperwork since I'm being rushed to judgment. That's not right. Oh, there you go.
Go ahead.
Defense calls Erica Patterson.
Great, thank you. We'll have her brought in.
Since I'm being rushed to judgment.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. You may recall it's upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my coach, Teresa, who's across from you and on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record.
Erica Patterson.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Oh, the one spelling the name?
I believe it's on the record from previously, but go ahead. You can spell your first and last names, please.
ERIKAPATTERSON.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm trying to find some relevant paperwork here. One second.
Did you print that off for me? Did you email it to me?
It's still not here. I'm like, what's your name?
Did you spell it?
I'm just gonna start the questioning. I'm not seeming to find paperwork that I just had on the table for some reason, odd reason. Good morning, Miss Patterson.
Good morning.
So, what do you do for a living?
I have my CNA certificate.
I'm gonna direct your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was hanging out with my friend Corey at Frame Park. I had spoken to you, Mr. Darrell Brooks. You came out there at Frame Park and met me after Miss Corey separated from me with her friend. Me and you got into an argument.
Whoa. Pursuant to the question?
I am answering your question.
I was referring to the judge.
I was hanging out
I
with
think
Miss
that kind
Corey.
of got a little ahead of.
Oh. Mr. Brooks, just, I'll let you interrupt the answer and you can ask a follow-up. I apologize, I was instructing the clerk to turn up the volume. So go ahead, ask your question.
Same question?
Sure.
What were you doing the evening of November 21st, 2021 before linking up with the alleged defendant?
Hanging with my roommate at the time at Frame Park.
And what were you and your roommate doing?
I'll object. We covered this ground during her testimony previously.
Objection and grounds for, I object to that and grounds for the objection on behalf of the state.
Mr. Brooks, we did cover many of these topics previously, so if there's new topics, please go to those. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to lay some foundation, but go ahead, ask your question.
That's
The
with the-
objection is, from the state, is overruled. Do you remember the question?
You asked me what was I doing at the park with Corey? Is that your question?
Yes.
We were drinking. I was drinking Mike's Hard beverage.
Do you recall around what time of the evening it was when you and your roommate arrived at the park?
I do not remember. We left where we were staying a little around afternoon. A little bit around afternoon.
Do you recall having any phone interactions during that time when you and your roommate were at the park?
Phone interaction, yes.
Do you recall who they were with?
You.
What do you mean by you?
Darrell Brooks.
Is that usually the name you refer to the alleged defendant by?
Nope.
Would it be fair to say that during those phone interactions, there was a talk of you guys meeting up? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall, to the best of your recollection, what time that would have been at?
No. I don't remember. It was throughout the day.
I'm sorry, are you making references to the phone conversations being throughout the day?
Yes.
And so at some point, would it be fair to say that you did meet up with the alleged defendant?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
I just told you no.
Do you recall if you were still at the park during that time or had you moved locations?
Still at the park.
And was your roommate still present with you at that time?
No, she left. We went separate ways. I stayed at the park, and she went her other way with her friend,
Do you recall who that friend was?
Nick.
I'm assuming, or let me back that up. Would it be fair to say that at some point during the meetup with the alleged defendant, things got a little chaotic? That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall if at that point you were still at the park?
When we met up,
Yes.
well, we were at the park for a second, then we drove around.
Where did you drive to?
Around, then me and you, Mr. Brooks, were arguing in the car. We went up this is a street, it's like a hill. Went up there, and then me and you got into an altercation. I got out of the car, walked back towards Frame Park.
Wait, again.
Hold on, she's answering
Okay.
your question.
Um,
You asked her where you drove around. Go ahead,
What?
finish.
yes, ma'am. And then I was walking down the street when I left your car. And that's when you followed me, and I walked back towards Frame Park. And you were following me.
Made reference to walk back to Frame Park.
I don't know the exact street name. It was I walked back down the hill. I don't know the exact street name.
Did you at any time, sorry, did you at any time during your travels back to Frame Park, did you at any time notice that there was something going on in the area?
No. When I got to Frame, I was too worried about walking back to Frame Park. When I got to Frame Park after I left it, that's when I realized there's something going on.
And did you ever arrive back at Frame Park?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived back at Frame Park?
I called my friend Corey and told her that me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. Mr. Brooks was following me. I went back to the SUV, the car, and you argued with me somewhere. I walked back across the street, and by that time, Miss Corey had walked toward us to meet up with me.
And you made reference to you calling your friends.
Hmm?
Do you recall? Well, let me back up a little bit. Did you call your friend Corey or the friend that she had left you to hang out with?
Corey's phone, I kept calling her phone kept going to voicemail, so then I called Nick's phone. He put Corey on the phone. I said Darrell Brooks had just hit me.
I'm going to back up a little bit, if I may, to the day prior, November 20th of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that day?
Well, where I was staying at the shelter at first, I was arguing still with Mr. Brooks all throughout the day. Me and Corey had left, and Corey and I stepped away, and I went back to Frame Park. Frame Park is where I met you at. Me and you also got into argument that day, but we didn't drive around. We're at the Frame Park.
So you're saying that you and the alleged defendant were together the day of November 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time that was?
I do not remember.
And you stated you were briefly with your friend Corey that day?
Yeah, but she went a whole different direction. She didn't come to Frame Park with me. She turned on a whole different street right before Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time on November 21st of 2021 being interviewed by a Detective Guth?
Yep.
And do you recall giving a recorded report at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you had given Detective Goof all the details of the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021?
I didn't give him all the details, but I did the next day when I seen him.
Funny. Were you aware that It was reported there was in fact no incident on November 20th, 2021.
That's not true.
Objection. Move to strike the answer and the question.
Grounds.
Lack of personal knowledge, hearsay.
Sustained. I'll strike the question and the answer. The reason stated, sir, rephrase, or
So can I show the witness that same paperwork that I attempted to show?
no.
And why not?
Not relevant.
How's it not relevant when that was just testified to? Wouldn't that be opening the door?
No. Next question.
Any reason why it would be reported no incident happened on November 20th of 2021?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Some facts not in evidence. Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
The record speaks for itself.
So, upon speaking to Detective Goof during the first interview, do you recall why you were not forthright with information?
It wasn't that I was not forthright, I just didn't tell him everything right away.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Brooks.
When speaking with a law enforcement officer, would it be fair to say that you should be truthful and honest?
I was very truthful, I just didn't tell him everything at once. I told him the next day, Mr. Brooks.
And in the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021, were you injured?
No. Well, you did hit me a little, both like a little.
Were you injured?
No, I didn't have any marks on me. Is that what you're asking?
So where were you injured?
By my lip?
Objection. This states the evidence.
Grounds.
I believe the witness understood the question. She answered it. It may stand.
Did your roommate observe any injuries from the alleged incident on November 20th, 2021?
She knew about it, but there's nothing visible on my face.
Do you know if your roommate had spoken with law enforcement about these alleged incidents
I don't
from
know.
November 20th of 2021 and November 21st of 2021?
I don't know.
Did she ever tell you yourself that she was interviewed by any law enforcement?
I don't remember.
One second. So what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant on November 20th, 2021?
I don't remember.
Was it morning time? evening
Afternoon.
time? I didn't hear that.
Afternoon.
And what were you doing prior to the alleged meeting up with the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Asked and answered.
When?
Next question, please.
When was it answered? So to the best of your recollection, you can't recall why an alleged incident on November 20th of 2021 was reported to never happen.
Objection.
Grounds.
Same reasons as the previous objections.
Assumes facts not in evidence. Mischaracterizes her prior testimony and irrelevant.
I object to that respectfully and
Next
ask
question.
for a legal finding of fact and a legal reconsideration of that ruling, Your Honor.
Denied. Noted for the record. Next question, please.
I'm trying to figure out how something got pulled out of thin air. Interesting. So it would be fair to say that you have a child in common with the alleged defendant. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Is that the only child in common?
Yes.
You have any other children?
Objection.
It has
Grounds.
nothing to do with the case. Sorry.
Hold on,
I'm
there's
sorry,
been an objection. Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
The record speaks for itself. Next question.
What was the record speaking for itself? I didn't hear it.
Not relevant.
How is it not relevant?
Next question, please.
How is it not relevant? The child that you have in common with the alleged defendant, how old is that child?
15.
Do you keep regular contact with that child?
Off and on.
Describe what you mean by off and on.
I'll object.
Grounds.
This is not relevant.
Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds.
It's not relevant, sir.
She answered it.
Next question, please.
And the child in common that you have with the alleged defendant, does that child live with you?
No.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant. You don't have to answer that.
Do any of your children live with you?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Not relevant.
That goes to credibility, Your Honor, so how is it not relevant?
The objection has been sustained.
For relevancy. I object to that and would like to inform you that I intend to appeal that decision unless you want to give a legal reconsideration of that ruling.
Noted for the record, I direct your attention to 906.16 And the basis for the objection being sustained is it does not fall within the categories listed. Next question.
Is that lawful law?
Next question, please, sir.
I'm getting there. This is lawful law.
Wisconsin State Statute 906.16.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay. Where did you meet the alleged defendant?
Reno, Nevada.
How long have you known the alleged defendant?
16 years.
You made reference to meeting in Nevada. Do you recall where you met at in Nevada?
No. I don't remember.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that there's been no contact between you and the alleged defendant?
Not since then, no.
That last answer was kind of low. Did you say no?
I said no, not since then.
So that would mean, assuming, that would mean no contact at all via phone or anything like that.
No.
So my question would be, I don't know if you can see them from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bailiff will take them. It's not proper procedure, sir.
I'm going to object to those being shown to the witness. They have no relevance whatsoever to this trial.
Yes, they do.
Sustained.
And I'm getting to how they have relevance.
They've also never been disclosed to the state before this moment.
Sustained.
Sustain why?
Not relevant.
They are relevant. It creates foundation. And I can prove that.
I'll take up the issue outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of this witness, and if need be, bring the witness back in. But next question, please.
And these need to be offered into evidence as well. You stated that there's been no contact. How would the alleged defendant obtain photographs from you if there's been no contact?
Objection.
Grounds.
Assumes the fact, not in evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence. Not relevant.
How's it not relevant? Photos just don't pop up out of the blue.
Mr. Brooks assumes facts not in evidence.
No,
And at this
facts.
point,
I got the pictures right
conduct
here.
after
Facts.
the alleged date of violation here is not relevant.
Alleged violation.
You're
For the record.
correct. After the date charged, that the dates that are charged for these allegations, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. Have you, since the evening of November 21st of 2021, have you attempted to contact the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm going to excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury. Think you be seated?
It's awful funny. Your Honor, I find
Oh,
it.
hold on. All right, sir, I'm going to let you make an offer of proof as to why you believe the photographs and the questioning about contact after the alleged incident is relevant.
It's relevant because these were sent by the witness.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence, but
You
what
want
is...
the letter
hold
too?
on, hold on. Tell me the basis you believe there's been communication and why you believe it's relevant to her testimony.
It's relevant because it was testified to her first time testifying, and then also by was the last guy, Guth, that he was told that the witness was supposed to be so deeply afraid of me and all this type of stuff. So if you're so deeply afraid and worried about somebody and this and that, why would you sneak
Sir,
and have
do you want
contact?
to open up the door to the other act's evidence of
That's
you
not
use-
opening.
No.
That's not
Hear me
opening the
out.
door.
Hear me out. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
These witnesses have been incredibly careful to abide by my rulings. Sometimes in a court of law, when there are pretrial rulings, the testimony of a witness needs to be said in such a way not to run afoul of that. This witness, Detective Guth, I believe Detective Casey and others, Corey Runkle, and even Nicholas Kirby yesterday, this court has all had to stop them so that they didn't run afoul, or they've stopped themselves so that they didn't run afoul of the court's pretrial ruling on other acts evidence between you and this witness. And I have been very, very careful to make sure that doesn't come in. But if you keep questioning her about whether she's afraid or not, or why she wouldn't have contact or not, you are opening the door to that testimony. All of my rulings have been made to prevent what could be seen as prejudicial evidence. The standard's not prejudicial. The standard's whether it's unfairly prejudicial. But you can open the door to that, sir.
It's unfairly prejudicial that I have a document stating that November 20th never even happened, but yet and still the witness can get on the stand and lie on the stand.
Have you turned that document over to the state?
Come on, man. Y'all know that's not right.
Y'all
know that's not right.
Then you need to immediately turn it over to the state right now. It may become relevant, but no one has seen it. When did you receive the document? Hold on. When did you? I'm having you make an offer. When did you receive the document?
Okay, but I just want to state for the record, Your Honor, that's kind of biased because the state did the same thing yesterday with creating an exhibit right on the fly that didn't even exist that I didn't have. But
that's not true. That's a misstatement of the evidence.
That is true.
No.
She said it herself.
No. Marking an exhibit is not creating an exhibit.
No, not marking an exhibit. She said...
We're not going to go down a tangent, sir.
Right,
I'm going to focus on this, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a record.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
When did you receive this document that you claim was sent by this witness?
It's not claim. It's for a fact.
Sir, it hasn't been established yet. I need to make a record.
So do y'all want the letter?
I want to see the letter.
What?
I want to see the letter.
Okay, so I got to...
And I want to know when you received it.
I got to bring that in. Every time, this is what I don't get. Every time I'm presenting something that needs to be made for the record and placed in the evidence, it's a problem. But the state can do it, no problem.
It's not, sir. There are proper procedures, and I
Okay,
want
well,
you to
that
make
was the
a
proper
record.
procedure.
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a ruling.
It threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to
man.
in count 77. Okay.
And what happened to that paper? Because it was on the table. Then when I
Mr.
come
Brooks,
back in,
I
it's
need to
nowhere
make
be
a
found.
record of a variety of
So who
things.
took my paper?
And you keep interrupting me repeatedly today. I have shown an abundance of patience this morning. I've warned you repeatedly about being removed from the courtroom. And then every time I try to get into it, you, meaning an explanation and make a record, you interrupt, you attempt to divert everyone from what is being done this very second.
I didn't attempt to do anything.
Yes, you do it repeatedly,
Okay,
sir.
whatever.
So you're doing it once again.
Whatever. Just make your record.
The document that Mr. Brooks wanted to show Detective Guth and this witness was a letter sent from the state of Wisconsin to the court regarding count 77. The state sought to dismiss that count, and they have prosecutorial discretion, and I granted the request that the charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My guess is maybe to simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you. Attorney Opper, would you like to provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start of this trial?
Yes, Your Honor, because as Ms. Patterson just testified a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me, sir.
And I've been trying to find it ever since I came back in here, and now all of a sudden I can't.
And now
find
you're impugning, though, like somehow you're impugning the integrity of this court,
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone of moving your papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly, but indirectly you did,
So
sir.
how can you make the assumption that I'm saying?
Can
that
I
I'm
please
pointing to
make the
someone?
record without you interrupting
Yes, you may.
me?
Yes, you may. I apologize.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents, I don't know what happened, things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson. And if I need to, I'll have a bailiff put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table? I didn't
You
say
implied it, sir.
But did I say that? I never
you stated
said,
it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table? I never said that to them. I just said I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
And the way
looking
that
down.
you said it, like,
I didn't point anyone out though.
and like, well,
don't
that's
think that
kind
that's
of
fair.
interesting.
I don't
I don't
think that
have a
that's fair to
document that was
assume.
just on my table. That is what you said.
That's
words
what
to
I
that
said, but I
effect.
did not point the finger at anyone.
So
I
you
can see
have
if
the
I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with
You've
all
been
respect,
given.
I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I would have directed that towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements. You question me about the law. You ask, is it verified law? It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
I'm sorry
That's
you
my
feel that way.
that I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So, I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now, I've reviewed repeatedly up on the bench 90608 and 90616, which are two of the primary ways you can attack credibility. I've referenced one of those previously. 90608 is evidence of character and conduct of a witness. I'm not going to read through it all, but it's limited to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness who's testifying. All right, then there's the statute on bias, 90616. All right, and none of the questions as I heard them went to a permissible topic under bias of witnesses. You generally said credibility. You did not give me any further explanation as to why you believed it was relevant to credibility. Now we have you claiming that there's some document that was sent by the witness after the charges were filed that apparently contained photographs. And you can clarify the record momentarily when I'm done, that you believe goes to the credibility of this witness. So I need to ask a few questions about that, sir, to determine whether it has relevance to those issues. Number one, when did you receive this letter?
I received this multiple letters, actually, over a period of time. It wasn't, I referred to this one because this one had the pictures. But
and why do you believe it was from Ms. Patterson?
To answer your question with clarity.
Thank you. Does it have a date on it? The letter?
No, I didn't bring the letter. I brought the pictures. Because I thought, from my interpretation, I thought showing the pictures would be okay. How did I get these? So my mind was saying, show the pictures. They didn't come out of thin air. The witness knows that they sent me the pictures. They know that.
Well, again, it assumes facts that aren't here. You're assuming this witness sent it. I don't know. But even if she did, what relevance does it have to her credibility before this jury?
It goes to the credibility because she's put on this facade of being so afraid of someone, but yet still, you know that we're not supposed to have contact, but you still sneaking behind and saying, oh, I wonder how you're doing, and oh, this and this and that. Oh,
I don't think she's ever said she was afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the officers who may have stated that, but I don't believe she ever said that. She specifically said today when you asked her why did you, it was either why did you go back or why did you have, I'll look at my notes, and she said, I don't know.
It was why weren't you forthright with all the details? That was the question.
So again, I'm going to ask you, even if this letter's from her, these pictures are from her, how does it relate to her credibility before the jury?
Who else could these pictures be from?
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you get a letter that's signed from her?
What do you mean signed?
How do you know? What's your why do you have a belief that they are from her?
I have multiple letters from her.
You're not answering my question. Why do you believe the letters are from Erica Patterson?
Because they were sent from Erica Patterson. Why else would I?
Were they signed by her?
What do you mean signed?
Did she write her name on the letter? Was
Are
it the
you-
content
are you
of the
kidding me?
letter? No, I'm not kidding you. I need to make a record, sir. You're making a statement that these letters are from her and that they're relevant to her credibility.
Your Honor, I'm gonna go out on the limb here.
And I'm asking you why you hold that opinion.
I'm gonna go out on the limb here and assume, which I know is true, you've never been in my position. You've never been in jail. So you've never received a letter from someone writing someone in jail. No one is gonna when you
You're
say
not
to me,
answering my
when
question,
you say to
sir.
me,
What's the basis why you believe they're from Miss Patterson? Is there some information in them that only she would know? Did she sign the letters? Is it penmanship that you recognize? Why do you believe they're from her as opposed to somebody else sending you information? Could be your mom, could be, I'm just saying, could be anybody else. You got to answer my question. It's called an offer of proof.
But you still got to understand why this is mind-boggling to me. Like, how I got a child with this woman. Why would I not know her handwriting?
But you have to lay a foundation for these letters, sir. That might be through your own testimony. So that I'm trying to figure out why you believe they're from her. Not all this other stuff about I'm in jail and I have a child. I'm trying to I need to know. It's called an offer of proof.
Are you serious?
What do you believe? Why do you believe they're from her? I am serious.
Because they're from her.
But you're assuming.
Like, how else am I supposed to answer that?
I've given you a few reasons why it would lend to that opinion.
So it has to be put in a legal term.
The bottom line is I need the letter. So if you're going to question her on that, the state absolutely has a right to see the letter. So you need to provide that letter. The bottom line is I'm not going to allow any questioning without having that letter. So the state has the ability to question you about that or question this witness and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with you in court?
I just said no. How many times I got to say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear that just fine.
In a quiet courtroom, yes, we can hear it very clearly.
And everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging.
Once again, you're doing this tactic
because it's not a tactic. It's facts. It's facts.
To some other reason.
It's facts. Because I find it hard to believe that
I'm gonna
all of a sudden nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the state make a record of why they believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you believe it's...
I didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was somebody else...
The record will reflect you have 2 pictures that you believe were from this witness.
That I know is from him.
No, that you believe.
That I know.
All right. I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. 1, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. 2, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
that's a lie. I object to that.
Let the state make their argument without interruption, sir.
That's a lie, though.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, and for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the end
finish.
of the day,
Let
if
him
we
finish,
gonna open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can
loud,
open the door on how old she told me
disrespectful,
she was when
interrupting.
we met. We can ask
He's-
that question
he is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Did you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
no, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter
Dog
and he
gonna
can
sit
show
there and try
it
to
is
think he knows
inadmissible,
what's going
she will
on.
not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will
Then you gonna
declare
talk
the
about where my
cross-examination
kids live. You don't know where,
closed.
You don't know where, what
Thank
happened
you.
at
We're
the
in
time
recess,
all this
1
happened,
hour.
bruh. Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much. Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
I will be advising the
Has anyone
clerk
else
to
joined the Zoom?
No.
All right. Then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, I do have a lot to say. I'm gonna like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long. I want to start first. By giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. And he shed his blood on that cross. And he died. And he was buried. And that he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions, and understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having any understanding. It was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up. Learning how to wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard. Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this. But one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell. When it's just you and the walls. One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened. That's a question I struggle with myself. The why, the how. How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs, I know who I am. God knows who I am. And I don't have any words of anger, any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before, I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made. Why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to. If I may.
Well, you just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
Respect it. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this. There are a lot of different reasons why. But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything. There is nothing to hide. When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're on pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from? I want each and every victim in this incident, family members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha, I want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart, that you cannot see the remorse that I have, that you cannot listen to all the phone calls that I've made to my family, that you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said in my cell, that you cannot count all the tears that I've dropped in this year. The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told. And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there. It's harder to pull back the veil. It's harder to look deeper than the surface. And regardless to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that. I have to be okay with the fact that people will be angry. Some for a long time, some forever. I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not respond to those comments in anger either. I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost. Give back joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ. I believe that all that comes with time. It's a process. It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things that I've said over the duration of this trial were there's a lot of misconception. I don't consider myself to be a man of God yet. It's something that I'm learning with time, with faith, with study. Lord willing, I will make it to that point at God's appointed time. Something that I'm learning. For anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures even before this, you're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times. Countless other passages are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life. Applying it. It's not about just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it. at times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times. I want you, Your Honor, to know, I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here. It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point. And so they would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal. It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just the pot boiling over. I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface. A lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. Not just that, but the difficulties of life in general. The childhood I had. Not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us. I remember being a child and me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children. My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam. And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it's normal. I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs. Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it. A lot of people weren't raised like that, so it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that. Physical abuse, by the people that are supposed to love you. Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does. Why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want. The fact of the matter is, I have at times been medicated. I have been in mental health facilities, only for a short time. I can honestly say that life was better. It helped. I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right. You can't let your guard down. It's a lot. It's a lot. And back to what I said about truth. People are going to, like I said, believe what they want, and that's okay. But this needs to be said. what happened on November 21st, 2021 was not an attack. It was not planned, plotted. When you constantly hear that perpetuated, constantly pushed, you wonder why. This was not an attack. This was not an intentional act. No matter how many times you say it over and over, it was not. I have a lot of, and this has nothing to do with the victims, the families of the victims. And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds. I can never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever. They're well within their rights to feel how they feel. I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims. It was towards Miss Susan L. Opper. And I won't even throw shots back at her. Again, I choose to take the high road. In spite of the clear language that was used by her, I'm not gonna fire back. I'm not gonna do that. Am I angry? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But so what? When it boils down to it, the whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job. Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchow, I respect you guys. Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys. I really do. I respect you too, Attorney Opera. The difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job. And I never will. But I refuse to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that. And I realized that last night. The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you. Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. How you had the audacity to speak on situations that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations. Just by reading the police report. I think every situation is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern. Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that. You would think that you have some kind of integrity. Even with that, not gonna bash, not gonna say anything disrespectful, not gonna call you anything other than your God-given name. As far as the integrity, though, I won't ever be able to wrap my head around why you did things the way you did it, made reference to this being an open and shut case. Yet you needed a whole team to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say. And again, no disrespect to Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild. I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you. $31 years, you said. Well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this. 31 years.
Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review, frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. Now, I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family. Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things that I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know. But I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information, so police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions, and that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic-related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this, "I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented, either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses, as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage." She went on, "I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities, and none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. With the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion, and this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there is evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil, and I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist, and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, and of course the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
That's not true.
We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this, she told you where she was. She invited you out there, and that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical
contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
Said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
Do not interrupt me, or you will be removed to the other courtroom.
And now you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here and talk about who has grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop
none of
right
them.
now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right? He will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent
this
to being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this, just like I told you. I don't know the.
He'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed
even
to the other courtroom.
understand the true nature and cause.
Be seated. I need to first confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone, I can see on the screen there is a headset on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present, what I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me, and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but I'm looking for a note that I made.
I would like to exercise my right to be present.
Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that?
I would like to exercise my right to be present.
All right, he's not making that pledge, and under Illinois versus Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom. You are not.
I would like to exercise my right to be present.
All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony Because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense, based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say, and at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle, he was afraid of police, the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom. He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in. One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk? Put my screen up, will you?
Sure. Let me see. Is there a video conference?
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34 and a half miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented, and I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing, Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them. But he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burris Logistics, between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured, and of course, little Jackson Sparks. Another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened, and Josh, of course, being struck. And then the extreme dance group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you, and because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son. that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle, and when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and two victims ahead. He saw two of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area." You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. There's screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe, that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle, given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash, cuts, requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, "I wasn't quick enough." He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver, he saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right, about one person, then like 15 people, and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged, and he made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber. All within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there, he left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear. Ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state-issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park, and Mr. Brooks.
Alright, everyone. That will be it for tonight. Thank you, Frog, for what you did. Those people are cringe. And thank you all for coming and watching the Brooks trial and the other things we did tonight. It was nice hanging out with all of you, and peace. Alright, it's not doing its thing. Let's see if it works. There we go.